All right. That should do it. I think. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I can't. It's funny because I was like literally in Discord talking, and I didn't change not a single setting. So I don't know. Uh, but my bad, y'all. Let's see. I think everything else should be good. All right. You guys can see the game and everything. All right, we in. Like my stream deck is actually acting funny too as well. But yeah, so far my character's actually not doing too bad. But I haven't been like Omega blasting, but I've been doing alright. Just alright. How many keys I got right now? Only 18. You guys have no idea how many times I try to hit Z for my horse to play, like to get around town. What's going on, man? Map sucks. That's actually kind of close. Oh, I also started seeing some of my friends start playing Borderlands 4 again. Was there like some massive new update of some sort that happened? I saw Moxie doing his thing again in Borderlands 4. I think I'm missing something. But to much of my surprise, though, there's actually quite a few people messing around with this season. Do we know if anything new is coming for Rogue in the new expansion? Well, I would highly doubt that every other class will get something except for Rogue. But yes, the new skill, like all classes will get a revamped skill tree with revamped aspects and set related stuff. So every class is gonna get quite a bit of changes going into the expansion. So Rogue is also in that mix. Now, the biggest question is, will the changes actually change stuff? is the big question. But for me, I think it really is. It just boils down to if things are still bugged or not, right? Because us being relevant has always been tied to some sort of bug or exploit that we can use. So my thing is, hopefully, we can feel good without exploring or discovering some sort of bug interaction for us to actually deal some damage. That'd be a massive step up in the right direction. Monkey, what's going on? Weird. Can you guys still hear me? Something just clicked off. Okay, good. Yeah, but they hate the rogue in D4. One day I hope to see a lightning arrow type build for rogue in D4. That would happen. I mean, given the type of imbuements that we have, I mean, I don't know if I'd be hard pressed to see that we'll get something lightning based, like, you know, to that extent, elemental in that case. I think as far as they want to go, it's practically poison, cold, and shadow. But I could be wrong. The reality is, like, even if something like that did exist, if it's not like one of the top builds, no one will play it. Realistically speaking, there's some really cool stuff in D3, like really cool skills in D3 that are like really awesome, that don't get any playtime because obviously there's not a 6-piece set to support the said rune / skill. Like chakrams are awesome in this game, but they literally just don't have the multipliers there to really make use of it. But it's still a really awesome skill. Also, like elemental arrow is actually really cool, but same thing, right? There's not enough multipliers to support any of the elemental arrow skill runes. Okay, what's going on? I will say that, like, going back to play some D3, man, like, it's amazing how smooth the combat feels. Not necessarily just how it looks, per se, for combat, but, like, how it feels to do stuff. This feels very, very polished. So it actually makes pressing buttons like feel nice. Oh, Ethereal bone.
Let's see what we can do.
I'm gonna need to start farming for some keys pretty soon. I thought I actually had more keys. Guess I'll hold on to that. Also, the game definitely does look different on my OLED ultra wide now. Everything just seems like so small on my screen. This is not worth. Go that to there.
Don't be shy. See you soon.
My pack is full.
Such a breeze. See you soon. Fortune don't forget.
That is too expensive.
Luck always changes.
My favorite mob type, porcupines. I guess this is how Desert Nas is supposed to feel.
Good to see.
Probably could take it up a little bit, but I think I'm gonna stick it here until I'm around the keys, and then hopefully get some upgrades, and then get up a little bit higher. I feel like I'm lagging like a teeny bit. Duncan, what's going on? Oh yeah, I saw you on. I saw you on. I've seen a lot of people this weekend. Yeah, I have not seen in like a while. I guess that's probably mainly because of me, because I haven't hopped back on like a while. What up, Killer Mom? What's your question, sir? But yeah, Sir Duncan, it'll be about a week of D3 roughly. Once it gets to the point where it's just Paragon, at that point, Paragon farming, I'll probably stop. But I do like Ethereals as a seasonal theme. Glenn, what's going on? Yeah, I guess since I'm at the break point, do I even need Rocket Storm anymore? I'll probably just do Drift and Shadow. Yeah. Yeah. So the resource is kind of low at 41%, but I mean, as a bow at this point right now, like that's really good. That's really good. Did you hear me, Killer Mom? This feels so like nostalgic, man. Answering questions about D3. I say Ethereals have the biggest power boost for DH, you think? Well, Bariza's I think is like the strongest or second strongest ethereal in terms of like power jump, like like the amount of power it gives. But I think wizards get the most out of ethereals. But The thing about it is though, but for pushing though, like, which you know you really can only really use the ballista. Well, I guess you can technically use it for other weapons per se, like other sets, but primarily for God 6, right? Unless you want to do something really funky. The issue with Bariza, or the Ballista Ethereal for God 6 for pushing is the freeze. Like it's great for speed farming. It's amazing for speed farming, right? And you know if you have a Z neck, it's like absolutely amazing, right? Like as far as party is concerned. However, the freeze usually works against you when you're pushing, because then it makes it harder to pull things. So like, people who tend to want to try to push with God DH in the Ethereal season will have a rougher time getting the pull that you want. However, if you were to go dual generator with Odyssey Zen, you don't really care about pulling a big pack. You'll just kind of just kill elite by elite by elite and just focus on small things, keeping up the squirts buff and going in that route. But most people aren't going to do that, right? So traditionally, I think for pushing, the ballista becomes more of a headache than a help. But yeah. Diablo 4 is your first Diablo game. I wanted to play D3, but it seems completely like a completely difficult game. Oh, different. Well, to be honest, like D4 has been applying quite a bit of elements from D3. So if you were to jump into D3, let's just say hypothetically, you'll kind of recognize a lot of things that D4 pulled from. It's an easier game to get into, honestly, than D4. And the game is considerably more streamlined, I guess you could say. But yeah, I mean, it's been out for a long time, so I can understand why you might feel overwhelmed. But D3 is pretty easy to get into in general. I'm going to keep that. No. Just did 105, not fast yet. I gotta wait for Monday for another cash. I didn't think I'd play so much. Yeah, I actually used my cash on accident. But I gotta wait till Monday before I can do more of my altar as well. But that's okay. I'm not like rushing for rank 1 spots like I used to back in the day over the weekend. So I don't mind. I don't mind the wait. Am I good running solo right now? Oh yeah. ACU machine earlier yesterday for helping me get up. You want to try Demon Hunter? Yeah, Demon Hunter's a lot of fun. Did you play Rogue in D4? Or did you play a lot of Rogue in D4? If you did, Demon Hunter is definitely the better archetype of the two, in my opinion. The Rogue is loosely based off of Demon Hunter, loosely. Yeah, this God 6, this little spinny thingy, this spin the wind thing you see me do, this is what Dance of Nas was based off of, but not nearly as smooth. When I first got on D4, I was so lost on what to do. Yeah, I mean, like I think anytime that you're new to any action RPG that's been out for some time, for a bit, can be daunting. Some are more daunting than others. Don't get me wrong, but like I think each action RPG can be a bit of a hassle to get into at the start. I'll put it that way. And some remain a hassle later on, no matter how many hours you sunk into it. Like for instance, PoE1, for example. Like you can play for 1,000 hours and still feel like you don't really know the game that well, right? Oh, really? Condi. Mechanic, what's going on? Do you put your repeating your ethereal only on the repeating crossbow? That's it, not the others. So like the one-hander or whatever you do, but that's it, not the other ones.
I'm here to help.
I need to go back.
I'm gonna go back to the storm. Like I'm kind of leaving arrows on the table, especially when I'm like strafe weaving. So yeah, not a bruiser. So only the one-hander, only the one-hand ethereal do you put a ruby in. That's it. The other two-handers you do emerald. Walls. Dressa, what's going on, sir?
I'm overburdened.
Let's see the gem.
I saw that you were playing, right? You were on playing earlier yesterday. I think I saw you. You gonna kill him all? Alright, man. mean, it's technically an upgrade, but I really need to put vitality on it, but I can't. Yeah, we'll have to just push that one.
Let's see
Speed push build seems almost identical for God 6 Hungering. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. There really isn't much that you change.
fortune favors the bold. Isn't that nice?
There's a couple of ways you can go about it too, but like they're like, you know, like passive changes or
Even know
a
I
rune change here and there or whatever. There's not like a. There's multiple ways to approach it. I put it that way. Like I tend to do my speed God 6 a little different than most. But I also straight cleave a lot, so the way I play is, you know, indicative of the runes and the gem choices I use. Reality can contemplating the future right now eating a muffin because the wife and kid are at home. And I can be a dingy for, for next week. You never gotten them 150 before? So I don't know how easy it is to do it on God 6 on Ethereal season. I'm not quite sure. Because I don't remember me doing Ethereal since doing the Ethereal season since, you know, the game has been on maintenance mode, I guess you could say. So I mean, I know it's possible, but like I don't know at what Paragon level. And also think that the Odyssey End version would be able to do it sooner for sure. That's like 4 tiers, 4 pit tiers, 4 GRs worth of damage roughly, if done correctly. Using it's only still 25, so it's a long way up. Yeah, for sure. Also, me no play on D4. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're not. That wasn't you that I saw? Okay.
Still waiting.
Stuffs.
I need to go back.
Yeah. After sometimes too, Dread, coming back to the system a bit, or coming back to the game and like, you know, playing or going through the oh yeah. So yeah, after coming back here, despite me usually complaining about some of the systems in D3 back in the day, and despite how shallow some of them are, they kind of just work. Like they work for the game. I'll put it that way. Like in the bubble, there's definitely reasons to complain about it, but for the game itself, like just the flow of the game, it works. Um, yeah, like it just works. You know, it could be better for sure, but it works. It took a while for it to get there, but I mean it works. Like the whole mythic thing is, you know, rather simple and, you know, not really super fleshed out, but it works, right? The cube is, you know, decent touch, and some things are kind of useless using the cube, but it works. And when I mean by the cube, I mean like the cube recipes. I guess all I'm saying is that it actually like makes sense together. Despite some, you know, being rather simplistic or even quite bland at times, but it works. It works together. Machine with the sub, appreciate you. Am I gonna push DH? I'm gonna be pretty casual. I'm not. I don't have the time to, like, you know, do what I used to do back in the day and like take it like all seriously and stuff. So I'm gonna kind of see how the week goes. If I find some good stuff, you know, I'll make a run for something. If not, then, you know, oh well, kind of thing. So we'll see. It's just experience. What's up, man? Are you off of spring break already, or? Because I forgot the farm keys before. We're playing, or getting on. How's the season going so far, though, Zato? And also, too, Dread. It's funny how, like, you know, how mad we used to get about the bugs in D3, like when things were a little buggy and that kind of happened or whatever. Some of them were pretty, like, you know, were bigger bugs for sure, but like after the amount of bugs we've been experiencing in the, you know, in its successor, yeah. Gonna waste a lot of ashes on upgrades trying to get a good Oculus. Really? Not like an Oculus? Oh, you mean like for your wizard? I'm thinking Oculus Ring. I'm like, you couldn't have wasted that many ashes on that. Or did you? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know, I was thinking Oculus Ring. I'm like, no way he's no way he's put ashes on that. Yeah, I had to remember. It's been a minute, sir. But yeah, this is a good wizard season. Of course, you got the I think what, first or second strongest ethereal in the game. Playing tower. Yep. I think even Wudaja was playing wizard. He was going wizard. I mean, I don't blame him.
Fate's smile. That'll look nice on you. Hello. Active user name you soon.
I think I got like 2 keys left. 2 keys, 1 keys. I put the visage retinant glass, even with distorting the past, can reveal how things actually were. We only know now in retrospect. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Because when you're in it, you don't know anything. I'm gonna say anything different, but like, it's easier to, when you're in the moment and you don't really have much else to compare it to, but you know it can be better. So the type of complaining is different. Right. But it does make you appreciate how far the game has come, because it definitely had its growing pains for a long time, and it's still not perfect by any means. But like, it's easy to remember where it was, and like looking at D4 kind of take a similar trajectory in terms of the growing pains and different systems and modes or whatever. Reminds me of exactly like D3's growing pains with similar systems, right? Like the whole GR thing, right? GRs were bad for a long time. Over the years and years, it's gotten better. Not great, but it's gotten better, but good enough to where people wouldn't complain as much about it. And then now we got Pit and Tower, and then it's like we have more of an appreciation of how, how well designed Gridivis were by comparison, I guess you could say. Do you think I'm trying to be full blown hate train on LOD? I mean, I've learned to not be, or to kind of temper my optimism, I guess you could say, after the first expansion. So I'm not doom and gloom by any means, but I'm also not, in the camp of, oh, this is gonna save the game, right? I'm kind of in the very neutral, meh kind of camp at the moment. Am I excited to play? Sure, because I'm hoping, to play different stuff that I didn't play before, that I can get away from on Rogue and D4, right? So I'm happy to try different stuff, but I'm not going in thinking that like we're about to, this is going to fix the game full blown. And who knows? Maybe so. Maybe there's some underlying things they haven't shown us yet that actually might, be the thing. Who knows? But
Cocosaur raided my stream with 16
Yo,
views.
Dark Side, we just got
Cocosaur with the
raided, son.
raid. Wait, where's my
You know
glasses
how
at?
we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy. Out.
What's happening? So I am not playing any D4 at the moment. I am on the Ethereal season train at the moment. D3 Ethereal season started yesterday. One of my favorite seasons in Diablo 3. So I figured I'd jump in and, you know, take in all the nostalgia. Oh, but thank you, Coco Sir. Hope everything's doing well for you.
I need to go back. You become stronger.
Probably an unpopular opinion, but I would love to see. They would never do it because just the there's too much overlap between D4 and D3. But like, if they ever did like a D3 remastered, I would love to do it. I would love for them to do it before the expansion, like how it was like, kind of like 6 months after launch. Maybe an auction house, but remove the real money portion of it. Know what we need to D1 remastered? Why not both? Doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. I just figured the way D3 was before the expansion was vastly different. Some in a good way. And like, if they could figure out the itemization part, which was like practically like the worst part by far of, you know, beginning D3, with the functional auction house that, you know, wasn't what it was, I think it can be a fun experience. Back to Jar. I might be one of the few, but I totally would play that though. I miss my Stone Cold Hunter setups and multi-Bolagasm setups. Back when you created builds and you named them because they were creative. Before set pieces were a thing. Or, well, before 6-piece sets were a thing, I put it that way. Once I set pieces. Because NAS was still a thing. Ish. Thank you, Coco.
I'm returning to town.
Play some D2R as well. Find a major enigma. Nice. I feel like I can never really appreciate D2 for what it is, just because I just didn't play in that era. I'm sure I would have had I played it then. Like, I'm 100% sure I would. But because I never did, it's just so difficult to really appreciate like what it is. Fully appreciate what it is. I'll put it that way. You have two screens, one to run them or my son solo self found. I am not doing solo self found this time around. And yeah, I don't. If you want to run some, if you want to run the screens, I'm down.
Anything could happen. See you soon.
Then I'm at to do some key farming. I don't know. I played D2 when it came out. I really like D2R. I did. I love Javazon recently.
You look like
Yeah,
you could use a
that's like
job.
really, really rare for that to happen. Like really, really rare. It can. Don't get me wrong, but that is definitely you're definitely a rarity there. I think this the same thing can go for like other games back in the day, other classics back in the day, right? Like if I told someone, hey, put up some Warcraft 2 and play with some Warcraft 2 like right now, like people would think it would be a clunky mess of a strategy game. But if you played it back then, you know, significantly different, right? Your appreciation will be different. Hold on one sec. I appreciate the follow. Is it Tealzal? I'm sure I'll like butcher the crap out of that. Yes, as in I butchered it, or yes, I got it right. I'm pretty sure it's the former. Gotta be the former. I'm usually really bad at it. I haven't tuned in a really long time. I'm still teaching. Yeah, I'm back to teaching. Oh, I pronounced it correctly? What? What? I think I should go buy like a lottery ticket now, man. The chances of me actually getting that right, I have better chances than winning a lottery, man. How's it going, though? But yeah, chicken. Yeah. So yeah, I'm back to teaching. Put it that way. I had double hernia surgery that kind of kept me out of teaching full time for about a year and a half. So finally got back into doing it full time again. Kind of hope we get the goblin shrine. Can we get the goblin shrine? Come on, goblin shrine. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, well. We probably wouldn't be able to kill the goblin shrine anyway, so. Right. That's right. I'm probably used to playing older games. I played the old bulleted games when you're almost 30 years old.
Laura,
Yes?
why do you keep glancing over at Quebec?
Alright.
Oh,
So you got one more.
making sure she isn't up to anything suspicious.
You know what's kind of funny though, now that I think about it? For a lot of the, I'll say a lot of the content creators who did play a lot of D3 originally, and that's where they were known from first, I guess you could say. Were happier during doing the D3 times. Less happy as of the current. Despite having more options. It's kind of crazy because, like, you know, D3 was not like a complicated, complex game, so it's like the, you know, doing this over and over and over on like a almost daily basis for some creators who just like, man, we actually did that, like, and we were cool with that. We were we were fine with that. And we would do it for like entire seasons too. Like we didn't like just jump off after a couple of weeks. Like some of us would like play like literally the entire season. Don't pop the power yet. I was gonna say hold off on the conduit, but yeah, don't pop the power yet. I guess we might have to. I was hoping to get a goblin shrine. Goblin shrines this early are massive. Massive amount of mats and gems and stuff. Okay, now let's put the power. It doesn't want to spawn for us. I swear. Get the Goblin Shrine 2 times. Yeah. It's pretty random, but like, you know, it can appear as early as like the 120s and as late as like the 150s and 160s. So like, all right, Duncan, I'm gonna go farm some keys. Appreciate it. Oh no, man, no, you're good. You are good. No worries, sir. I'm gonna hold on to that shadow thing. I don't know how many sets I'm gonna actually like, you know, make a attempt to do any sort of pushing on. Part of me only wants to do like 3, which would be like maybe God 6, UE, and Marauders. But I might throw in some shadow depending on how I'm feeling. Key farming is always best solo now. King set.
Fate smiles on you today. Well,
I
isn't
can't
that
carry
nice?
anymore.
Hello, that'll look nice on you.
But I actually don't really mind key farming as much, to be honest. Considering that, oh, whoops. Yes, I like to run bolas for key farming. Like bolas are slightly better. At the T16 stuff. Key farm Metastore rituals and visions. Well, I mean, if it's just keys you need, Nephilim Rifts are still slightly better. But if you want a little bit of everything, then like the visions are better. Because you won't always get whatchamacallit for keys. Like you won't always get bosses in like every vision. But yeah, as an overall farming, for sure, like visions are way better. If you want just keys. But the thing about it is that unfortunately, like unfortunately, like the actual meta for keys is literally just botting them overnight, so people don't even like worry about that. They don't. Most people who are like more serious about the game don't key farm. They bot their keys overnight. So really, the only meta, like playing, like meta farming your keys yourself, would still be Nephilim Rifts. Bullet is so satisfying. So Vendra, what's going on? You thought I'd never see you today? Yeah, I'm back on D3. I literally was debating it. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to. Part of me was like, I don't know.
I am returning to town.
Insurance guy was up. I remember you. I typically like to do visions in between Nephilim Rifts sometimes. Or at least search for a vision while Nephilim Rifts are closing. Let's get back to the Warcraft 3. You do, yeah, I know, right? I know. I have not touched that in so long. Bolos are so satisfying. I don't have my free death breath pickup or whatever, so that's totally on me. But eventually, I think I'm gonna stop picking them up. I mean, even right now, I don't think I actually really need them. Now you need Masters of Emeralds. Do you convert your gems? Like on my follower, I keep the Broken Crown. I know I'm missing 2 things, but I don't care. Yeah, I always do Broken Crown early. So she can double whatever gem is in my hair. So I get a bunch of diamonds, like twice as many diamonds, almost 3 times as many diamonds, and then I just convert them over to emeralds.
I am returning to town.
I find it to be very effective. See, you see right here my inventory, where I have 96 like Marquise diamonds, but I have 15, 28, 17. Yeah. Like, what's your plan for D3? Play for about a week. See what I get. Mainly just like playing for fun, farming for fun. I will do a little bit of pushing, but not anything of any serious nature like back then. We'll see. We'll see the time. We'll see the kind of time I have, and then, you know. Like the Ethereal season, the thing that was most fun about it was, you know, chasing the like a good Ethereal. So I'm kind of like enjoying and wanting to enjoy the hunt for a good, you know, for good Ethereals. It's kind of like the main goal, really. But I will not be like chasing rank 1 or anything like I used to. Definitely don't have the time for that anymore. Yo, where am I going? Where's the exit? Okay, it has to be up here, right? Appreciate the follow. Okay, follow us locked in on gym mode. Yep. That's the way to go early. For sure. Just reminded about that. Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't forget because of how scarce gyms are so early. Like, you know, gyms is your bottleneck for a long time. Gyms and Forgotten Souls. Appreciate the follow.
I need to go back. Yours.
I could have just salvaged while the timer was going down. Oh wow. I mean, sure, I guess. So hold on to that. That and the 10-minute shrines. Yeah, I actually don't have that glove right now. But I will. I really don't feel like doing active bounties for that for the gloves of worship right now. But I do need those gloves at some point. I'm going to want those gloves at some point. I shouldn't have backtracked.
Your fear betrays you. Need more time. Still waiting. Just a taste.
You bought by using the death breath 2x set. Oh, you use that set? I guess I never use enough death breaths or ever consider running the sage set for extra death breaths. Canes is enough. Has always been like just enough. I feel like death breath is like day one is kind of important-ish. Just to kind of get some items that you might need if you didn't give them the drop or whatever. Try to force it a little bit. Like death breath is good if you're trying to run shadow. Like if you're trying to get a good shadow dagger or something. Like
I need to go back.
all right, later, Alex. I'm gonna rest a bit. Been at it for some time. All right, man. You have a good one. These I have now. 29. Pleb numbers. Joe, what's up, man? Once I get the follower gear, I forget about completing. I fixed a few other things. I sometimes just forget to finish gearing them. Like my enchanter's still missing actual pieces of gear still, just because I just forget. But I do need to make a intel class so I can reroll some of the decks to intel to max out my benefits. But I'm too late to do that right now. Would definitely help for my cooldown at the moment, but just like start augmenting probably soon. Why did I backtrack? Ooh, the meteor. What Diablo game is this? Moving so fast, I don't recognize this Diablo. This is Diablo 3. Some seasons are still worth playing. This is one of them. Yeah. So like this one and like the Angelic Crucibles is a very popular one as well.
Are you
You're
ready?
playing a lot of D4.
Oh, you look nice
I'm
on
overburdened.
you. Anything could happen.
Have you ever played D3 before?
Didn't even know I had.
Or any of the other Diablos?
Don't be shy. See you
I can't
soon.
carry anymore.
Nah? Okay, yeah.
Wow, isn't that nice?
I think I can probably just head up in GRs now. I got a pair of pants I think I might want to put on. And I guess a better restraint I say kind of. That's me. Oh no, not emeralds. Slightly better than what I have. Slightly. That's only because of the Guardian set. I'll leave it at that. I hate the fact that this roll one freaking one socket. That's so messed up. Kill them all with the sub. Appreciate you, sir. Welcome back. I'm gonna have to roll 2 sockets on this. Even though I mean this is such a small upgrade, but it's an upgrade nonetheless. But that game doesn't look too bad. But you paid the old school one up. Oh yeah, that's like yeah, that's the OG, the OG one. I guess you got your T16 build set up, nice. We don't even want to focus on this dance, but technically speaking, it's an upgrade, and I kind of want to just take it because it's an upgrade. Considering I have Takehook now to higher level up, so that hunger and arrow damage isn't gonna do much. I might as well make the switch. And now let's save. All right. Let's kick it up a little higher. Let's see what the 114 feels like. The speeds. Okay, not bad. Power pylon's gonna skew it, of course. My speed isn't nearly as fast now because I'm doing GRs, speed GRs versus the Nephilim risk for keys. How many characters are there in the game? 7? 6? 7? Demon Hunter, Wizard, Barbarian, Crusader, Witch Doctor, Crusader, Necromancer? Yeah. Oh, Monk. Forgot Monk. I said Crusader twice. Is there a way to tell ancient drops apart? Yeah.
My name is Urshi, and like Auric, I once served the ancient. When the champions of ages past have proven themselves, I would attempt to improve the clarity of their
I think I can, also probably need to get a better belt and bracer. Kinda just left it at that. Never like bothered to try to get an ancient one. But I probably should now. And then augment them, maybe. Oof. Ow. I hurt. There we go. The 115 might be pushing it for speeds. Although it won't be like that for too much longer though once I start augmenting. Do I need Ian? Not at the moment, no. Eventually, yes. I don't have enough emeralds to do much with the augment gems. Not yet. That wasn't too bad. It's like 220 for the 115. There were definitely times where it felt like I was taking too long on some elites. Hey Docs, will you be trying Last Epoch? What do I think about Rogue in that game? So there are quite a few things there that I do like about Last Epoch. But nah, I'm not gonna. I don't think I'll be doing much with Last Epoch, to be honest. Nothing against the last Epoch at all, by any means. I just, I I don't know. I mean I played it before it had its original release, like the big patch before the original release. I played it a bit then. Obviously they made a bunch of changes this season, but it came out like a day before this season did for Diablo 3, and since this is one of my favorite D3 seasons, it was like I can't play both. So I had to kind of pick one. The combat feels floaty. I like D4 POT, and I think that's kind of my main thing, to be honest. Like, I'm more about combat than anything, like combat feel than anything. That's actually why I was able to play D3 for so long. Not because the optimization was good or any of that stuff. It was because the combat felt so good to play. And so, like, when I was playing Last Epoch, that was the thing that I didn't too much care for. Now, I did like almost everything else about Last Epoch. Like, the crafting system, the solar self found is amazing. The trading system is amazing. They did a fantastic job with a lot. I mean, even just the way you build your skills and stuff is like really well done. Like, a skill tree is amazing. Like, there's a lot of great concepts in Last Epoch, but the combat doesn't really doesn't appeal to me, unfortunately. It's just combat matters to me more than anything else. For me, that is. And it's kind of hard to, boot up Last Epoch. But I would love for a lot of those concepts in Last Epoch to make it into like other games. Okay, what's going on, man? So, they're good points. Yeah, and of course it's subjective, right? Because people play different action RPGs for different reasons, right? So like some people, might only care about the items, right? Or the type of builds you can make, or those kind of things. Like so people tend to play action RPGs for different reasons, right? And so what appeals to them or to each individual will be different, right? So I guess for me, because I like to push buttons and I love feeling like my character is doing what it's supposed to do, and like the cohesiveness between the skill itself and what's happening on the screen, like all that to me is very important. Probably more important than most people kind of put emphasis on. Which is actually why, honestly, like D3's combat is actually more fluid and fleshed out than D4's combat. Now, of course, D4 looks considerably better. Obviously, it's a more crispier game. But in terms of the flow of combat, D3 actually takes the cake on that still. Not saying D4 combat's bad, because it's not bad. But it is crazy how the predecessor has made like stutter stepping and the animation canceling and being able to have invulnerable frames on movement skills and stuff like actually like be a thing. But yeah, enjoy some D3. Couldn't resist this season as a DH man. Fair. The ballista for sure. Hobbit, what's going on? Hope we're doing well. Nice to see you still playing D3. Every now and then. It's actually been a while since I booted up some D3, so crazy to see many names that I haven't seen in such a long time online playing. What are your expectations for the skill tree rework for D4 next season? Quite a bit, like big. Like I'm expecting some massive changes to literally every skill in the skill tree. I'm expecting Rogue to not feel the same. I could be wrong, but like, there's been, I'll put it this way, there's been very little changes happening in the past 3 or 4, almost 5 seasons of Diablo 4 in terms of the skills and stuff like that. They've done very little. And my assumption of why they've done very little was because they were going to overhaul them anyway. Like have a big overhaul, major overhaul coming anyway for the expansion. So it's kind of like, why spend manpower or whatever making some of the changes that are going to be changed anyway when the expansion is. So I'm expecting pretty massive changes. And for me, honestly, I'm just hoping that we don't run into specific bugs that, you know, allow us to do damage, and that we can just do damage without relying on something like incredibly broken. Every season has been that way. You can even go back to season like beta, actually. Beta with Blade Dancer and Poison Imbuement for twisting blades. Then you have the to boss will bug for season 2. Then we had trick attacks. No, sorry. Then we had the double, quadruple dipping of Victimize for a bit. Then we had the trick attacks bug with precision for a bit. Then we had Shadow Clone bug for Then we had, what was next? Oh, Pain Gorger's Shadow Clone bug thing. And then at the very end, the past couple of seasons is resetting Shadow Clone to deal massive damage bug. We've always been reliant on bug for damage.
I need to go back.
And I'm just hoping in the expansion we can get rid of that, so we can, you know, feel like we're strong and with multiple builds and not just one super outlier. I would love for Jason Nigel to feel like straight BH. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Is D3 still fun? It is. Some seasons are. Not all seasons, but some seasons are. This is definitely one of them. What makes this season your favorite? One of my favorites. Is it the ethereal items overpowered? So the ethereal items are strong for sure. But the reason what really makes me like the season is the chase for the ethereals, not necessarily the power themselves of the ethereals. Like the fact that there's another tiered item for a chase for farming. Makes it pretty cool, because like they're rare enough to where like if you find them you're excited, and whatnot, and then they can get your extra passive, they can, you know, roll certain legendary affixes on it, so like the chase for them makes it pretty fun. And then of course when you have them, you know, they can be a pretty massive boost to your build up power, or even change the way that you gear your character a little bit. So I found that fun. Oof, that hurt. I think I will keep it at the 115. It's like on the 115, I have to actually pay attention. I try to keep up my scores if I can't just like run through it all. If I want a decent time. Your distance hit the 5 items are your favorite.
Still waiting.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I need to go back. My training has paid off.
Actually, no, I might have to keep it. Yeah, I guess I can roll with that shoulder for now. Yeah. I think I should. I think I should do some D3 season. Well, I'm put this way. Like as long as like the D3 seasons don't overlap so much with like the D4 seasons. If it's not so, my issue with it in the past was that in general. Like the overlap would be like too close. Like the season would start like, you know, maybe in the same week or you know the following weekend or so. I'm just like, why do it so close? That was my primary issue about like trying to play both games. Like right now, this is perfect, right? I'm practically done with D4. You know, nothing's happened in D4 for like a whole another month. So I was like, this is like a perfect time
I can't carry anymore.
for a good season of D3.
What a steal.
What's the theme? Ethereals.
You look like you could use
I
it
cannot
soon.
afford that.
Probably your. Did you play Wizard? Were you a Wizard player, Zeal? Where'd you play? Or was you Necro? Oh yeah, Necro. Okay, my bad. My bad, sir. How you been though? Chilling. Jim, man, what's up, sir? How's it going, Jim? You was there. Feels so agile.
Let's see the gem.
I need to go back. Impressive.
I didn't get hit. Here, okay, there you go. I was like, how did I not get touched through all that? Wizard starting set the season is pretty rough. Ours wasn't too bad. Marauders is never like bad. It doesn't do much until you get 6p. You should be out doing LOD while farming. Funny because DML is like my favorite or second favorite set on Wizard. I'm a Frozen Orb enjoyer. I don't dislike Meteor. Meteor's fun too, but Frozen Orb is like where is that for me?
I am returning to town.
But yeah, but for farming or you know, as a starter set, I can understand why that's rough. This is bit viewers, yeah. Viewers is yeah. Totally missed that and thought I said D2. I was like, what downs and D2 was happening? What a psychedelic.
My pack is full.
Good to see you.
I am returning to town. My training has paid off.
got going on this season. It's Ethereals. Ethereals was always a popular season. You see a bunch of old heads jumping back in.
You look like you could really come back again. Fortune favors the bold. Well,
I'm
isn't that
overburdened.
nice? Fate's ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back?
I have not really gotten any good quivers at all. Who's that? Got this map. I don't know why these years feel like they're longer than they actually are. You're thinking of like, oh, that's gonna be like a 3-minute run, and it ends up being a 2-minute run.
I am returning to town.
Could use a good COE.
I am returning to town. The blood you get accustomed to that.
Let's say they just start DH on DH just for the burrito. It's great for speeds and stuff, but it's kind of awful for pushing because of the freeze. Makes it hard for to get them to follow you. Got the people that started the last Epoch season and also the D3. I'm actually kind of surprised they did that though. Like I mean, granted because of how many new things are in last Epoch and like all the rebalanced and they did a lot of work on it. So I was very surprised to see that. Like granted, don't get me wrong, Ethereal season is baller. So like I expect people to play it, but I just didn't think it would be that quickly. NT, what's going on? Not even 2 days, man. 1 day. Because last he fought season started out on Thursday, and then D4 season was Friday. But like not even a full 2 days. Barely a day.
I'm here to
Like literally a day. That was it.
I am returning to town. The blood you get accustomed to that.
Which is kind of unfortunate for last Epoch at that point too as well, because it's like so much again they put so much work into going on to this season. And I'm sure people. I mean, I'm sure there is a loyal fan base to that too. It's not like it's everybody just swapped over, but like point being is like you would have thought you wouldn't have think that you would lose some bigger names to a
You look like
to a repeat season, if that makes sense.
My pack
I
is
didn't
full.
even know I had that thing. Fortune favors the bold.
I think people will turn to Ellie in a few days though. No,
You look like you could use
That is too
that's the
expensive.
thing. I think more so the appeal of streamers doing it, like streamers themselves, like streaming a season, is to get involved in the beginning of the season and like really like grinding it out in the beginning. So like if you don't grind it out in the beginning, you're not gonna return to it later in most cases. Most streamers don't do that. Some will, right? But a lot of people like enjoy the race part of it. Like, how fast can you reach, whatever in the game kind of thing. So like that's kind of the appeal to a lot of streamers and the streamers audience as well. So the streamers who made the switch over the next day, a chunk of them are not going to go back. Some might, but a chunk of them won't. Because at this point, it's kind of like you're playing from behind, and people, the streamers typically don't want to do that. I would though. Like I'm not much of a racer, to be honest. So like I would return, or I would check out an action RPG like a halfway through the season. But a lot of streamers won't do that. I have Dex photos with Dex, 625 from the augment, 75, 2x the Guardian set. Shouldn't that add 25, 52 Dex to cheat Dex? No, because the augmented Dex don't count for Guardian. So the only thing that counts for the Guardian set is dexterity that is on the set, is like on the gear itself. So anything that you augment doesn't get doubled from Guardian. That's why eventually all guilds ends up being a little stronger at about 27 to 2800 Paragon roughly, because at that point you have so much dex that it starts to water down the value Guardian, because you're not getting Paragon dex doubled either. So the Guardian set is good for like early / mid game, roughly. Most even being behind and never fails. Obviously about 2 hours. Don't even know the season started. Said it until everyone is streaming it. Yeah. If I can actually get like a better belt here. Ancestral belt. Ancestral ancient belt. Single ancient. But it was pretty bad. Up. There we go. There we go. Save they for bracers. Imagine if they did that. Yeah, Guardians would be like OP for the entire time, right? You would never use any other 3-piece. So yeah. It's alright though, Duncan. Like the game doesn't tell you that. Like it doesn't tell you that. There's no way for you to know that it doesn't work on augments or whatever, unless you just happen to know. Because I mean, at some point we all thought it worked too, initially, right? And we, did some tests to find out that something ain't working. How do you have internet at the sea? It must be cold there. You see the moon that's behind me? Yeah, I put a satellite out there and pointed directly at my location, so I have perma uninterrupted internet. Yeah, great. Would totally recommend. So bad. Keep getting like physical as well. That's just flexing his beach for a property. Oh man, I keep telling myself I was gonna play around with some different backgrounds eventually, but every time I like look at some others and stuff, like I always just come back to this one because this one's just so chill. And this one's probably the most believable out of all the other backgrounds I have too. Believable as in like it looks like somebody who, you know, if someone who actually has some money could technically probably do something like right. But like, yeah. Only have 14 more guys here. What is my bottleneck for this? Oh, veil crystals. Oh, come on. Went through all those veil crystals. Can't I can convert, right? Well, yeah, I guess I could convert, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Sag. I went through a lot. Okay, well, this was good. Good. No go for the gloves. I see what we can do here. Actually, wait a minute. Do I not have a pair of ancient Gothic gloves? No. I thought I had a pair. I gotta organize all this at some point. Okay, that's worth augmenting. So is that one. So is this. I got 3 pieces worth augmenting before. But do I actually have the whatchamacallit to do it right now? Actually, I do. Let's go. Oh, is that all right? I've seen IKEA, so that's gonna get me one. Nine. Psychedelic. I'm gonna start a hardcore tune now. So 43. How many do I have? I think I had a couple of 16. Okay, so not enough. Do 2 rounds of, but that's okay. 3 here. So quick maths. Only need 9, 12. 9. Because I only have 3 gems. So put this back in here. There. It's okay. I think this is how I do it. If I remember correctly. One. Not bad, not bad.
Not yet. What does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
So you forgot you can do this, the augments. That's probably enough for the rest of the stream, honestly. Look at that power bump I feel. Just from those 3 augments. There's an extra 625 decks per augment. Early on it's a lot. Later on it's like, you know, not much, but early on, like this early and in gaming it is a lot. I see me getting Equinamere keys these days. I'm on EU. I'm basically done the season. I found a whopping 3 all in all. You said you're done with the season? What was your goal? Or I guess what Okay, what was the primal that I got? The Auric Signet. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and salvage that real quick, and then I should be able to go do the thing at the thing. Does the thing? This one. Yeah. Boom. This. That's the very important one to have for well, I don't push. Play Season Journey Altar. Across 3 regions and multiple account. Oh, okay. So I mean you used and the rest is starting up. I mean US character. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. I just didn't know. By the way, chat, I got a pretty cool story to tell. Well, I would say pretty cool story, but a story to tell. So I was in Food Lion before I got home for today's stream from working, and somebody like straight legit asked to buy my hat, like just my Kingo hat, whatever. And he asked me like, how much would you give it up for? I'm like, probably wouldn't. I was like, nah, I really like this hat. He's like, you sure, man? I got a dub right now in my pocket, man. I'm like, nah, yeah, nah,
I'm skilled at clarifying. I'm here to help.
can't have the hat. He was serious though.
I need to go back.
Yeah, weird. Also, I mean, I've gotten compliments on the hat before, but no one's ever offered to buy it off my head, like straight off the dome, literally straight off the dome. Just like, all right. Speed pump kind of messes up my breakpoint. Sorry, the speed shrine. Maestro says use a click out bow scoundrel, but it doesn't drop for DH. Oh yeah, because of the rich doctor thing. Yeah, good point actually. No. I guess if, with the witch doctor changes, some time ago or whatever, it became a witch doctor item. We haven't done anything since then, to update that part, or just straight up forgot.
Let's see the gem.
Yeah, the witch doctor chicken build now.
I need to go back.
Pretty sure the click. I think the click guy did get a witch doctor thing, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but the chicken build became a thing, and I thought the click guy got a legendary power. Might be wrong on that. Because it's not viable now. Yeah. I mean, to be quite honest though, like, it's really not that important what weapon your scoundrel uses. You can do wind force and get it and get a similar effect, to be honest. Like, it matters very little. Yeah, but as an error, that's true. I can make a mention to it, to them
You look like you could use a new
about it. I don't work on the D3 branch.
Wanna see what you'll get?
I have to forward their information.
My father was a great man. Don't
I
forget.
cannot afford
Luck
that.
always
How long am I planning to play D4 or D3 for? Pushing DH. Yeah, I'll probably do a little bit of pushing. Not much, but so ideally for about a week is like roughly the timeline. Could be for longer, but at the moment I'm planning about a week. Yeah, man. I plan on pushing on 3 sets. Gossiks, Yui, and Marauders. Once I, get a clear that I had fun doing on all 3 of them, then that'll pretty much be it for my season. What about Mirage? You had a large goblin level on Envision and see the turrets retreat the whole room? Yes.
I am returning.
Oh, so today's the result when I learned about all the background stuff happening over the past year.
I may be able to help you.
I need to go back.
All these 60%. Remember when Roddy gets vaulted back and before a lot of time trying not to die. Oh, you mean back with the auto sentries? At the original Marauders. Eric, what's going on? We just paying vote and nothing else. Nice, yeah, it was a lot of power for very, very minimal amount of work. I'm not saying things should be hard, but you should have to, yeah, push a button. Yeah. To kill things. Whether that's holding down the button or pushing the button per se. Marauders was just a little too free. Just a smidge. Revolting.
I need to go back. Well, you get accustomed to that.
You look like you could use a new item of,
So I don't have any Ancient of either is. Wonder if I should try to gamble on, like the gloves or whatever.
that will look nice on you.
They're okay UE gloves from that.
Fortune favors the bold. Don't forget,
My pack is
luck
full.
always changes.
I don't know, I could do actually since I did that. I'm looking for where we usable parts, I think. Yeah, that does work. I forgot it does do that. I don't really want to use I don't want to convert my reasonable parts though. And that's easier.
Not quite.
Every time I see you on D3, you're in the same class with the same build. The same build. I mean, Gossix is a very popular farming build. Like the farming build for demon owners. But it's not my favorite build to push with. My favorite build to push with is just UE multi-shot. It's just that UE multi-shot is not a great farmer relative. So if you're gonna play Demon Hunter and you're gonna be playing a bit like farming with Demon Hunter, then you're going to be playing Gossix. The spin the win thing. Naturally. And since I'm a Demon Hunter main, then you will see Gossix a lot. But no, it's not D3 version. I wouldn't call it a D3 version of Heartseeker. There is a Hunger and Arrow build on UE that functions a lot like Heartseeker and D4. I do that sometimes on UE, but not often. Actually, I'm trying to think about it. If that would be worth doing this season. I think you can actually do it this season with Ethereals over doing a multi-shot on UE. Technically. Yeah, you can actually. I don't know if I'll do it though, because it's be kind of clunky. I'd rather just play traditional multi-shot. I'm on Netflix and chill, dude. God. We're gonna go back and try to see if we can get a bracer now that we got some more crystals. Like fire. Okay, there we go. This is an upgrade. Really?
You look like
Getting
you
better and
could use a
better.
bottle of,
That is too
isn't that
expensive.
nice?
The other guys' classes just size got 60 round. It's just like Dance of Knives, and I know how much you hate Dance of Knives. Well, Dance of Knives was trying to be God 6. Dance of Knives is nowhere near as smooth, nor feels nearly as great. I definitely don't mind God 6 at all. I actually do like God 6. I just don't like Dance of Knives because it's a poor man's God 6 done wrong. It's because of the fact that I play God 6 Demon Hunter. It's why I don't like Dance of Knives. Think there's hope for a better God version of D4 in expansion? Probably. I'd be surprised if, I mean, because all the skill trees are being changed or whatever in the expansion, so there might be some hope for it. I mean, Desert Night is visual, like visually, like the whole like the little dancing and stuff like that, like looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie, like that part is actually kind of cool looking, but how it feels to play versus like God 6 is like is way different. Yeah, how about that? They use expansion to bounce on classes and builds. Yeah, I'm totally hoping to. We'll see. Root Paragon 1K. Yeah, snapshot should not be required and it needs to play smoothly. Well, the thing about it is that like in D3, they did a good job of like making God 6 fun and also feel really good for like the speed farming and stuff, but it's not Demon Hunter's strongest set. Like they made sure it wasn't. I mean, it was Demon Hunter's strongest set for like 2 seasons or whatever, but past that point, like that was kind of it, right? So what the devs are afraid of in D4 is that like if Dance of Knives becomes the strongest build for Rogue, then you will never play any other build because you're moving and dealing damage at the same time, and no other build would ever be able to keep up if that was the case. So if that became the strongest build, then literally every other build on Rogue would be pretty, like, I don't say useless, but like you wouldn't touch it. Like why? So I think they were just definitely afraid of it being too strong, and they just never really gave it the proper love that it needed because, you know, yeah. So I think that's what they were trying to do. So they were err on the side of caution, but in my opinion, they were too cautious, and therefore, you know, Death of Knives just didn't really have a place for anything, like not even speed farming. So. I don't want that deal could it be anything except for leveling up on RC being necessary. I'm not even like the only reason why I like Heart Seekers consider that is the S tier build is because of the pushing variant, which is awful to play. A lot of people are not fine with with push Heart Seeker right now. Some are okay with it, but most are not because it's extremely clunky to play. Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, you don't want to make it. Okay, well, yeah, okay, well, fair, but that's when people are talking about Heart Seeker nowadays. It's usually it is the Orphan Maker version because of the amount of damage it does. But I get you. I get you. I like regular Heart Seeker a lot better, personally. Play Woody's version. Woody has a version? Because technically speaking, when he played it on stream, it was basically like Matthias's setup, but kind of like, you know, geared for hardcore. And Matthias's setup is basically the Maxroll setup, but with some personalized choices. Yeah, I mean, Woody didn't even like. The thing is that like Woody didn't really care to play it at the beginning. Like last season, like he was not for it at all. And the only reason why he even bothered with it this season is because it's by far the strongest rogue build. Like if there's a rogue build that was like within like 5 tiers or something, he would have opted for that. But because he wanted to play rogue and push on rogue, he didn't have a choice but to do Orphan Maker. So he definitely didn't do it because he wanted to, or that he actually likes to build his setup. But he did find something that he was able to, that he felt okay doing, but he did not. He doesn't like that setup or that build at all. I don't blame him. I really don't blame him. But yeah, like I said, you also noticed that he played it for like a day and a half, and then quickly switched off a rogue after that. Basically, it was for content at the end of the day. That was kind of it. PP, what's going on? Appreciate the follow.
I cannot afford that.
Lotware with this. Lotware, what's going on, sir? How's it going? How's it going, sir? Yeah, but I kind of like it. I guess pressing one button till my finger starts hurting is a bit refreshing. I'm gonna be very blunt and honest. If Orphan Maker Heartseeker did not do the damage it did, no one will play it. I'll put it this way. Let's say Flurry, Twisting Blades, Barrage, Death Trap, Rain of Arrows, and Orphan Maker Heartseeker all did the exact same amount of damage. No one would play Orphan Maker Heartseeker. Not a single person. The part that's fun about it is the fact that you can deal trillions of damage. You do the bug right, basically within the right frame, and then you see that T on the screen and that dopamine hit. That's what it is. You see something die in one hit, right? That's the dopamine hit. That's what people enjoy about it. People don't actually enjoy the playstyle.
I'm still waiting.
Because I guarantee you, if it exists next season somehow, an expansion, if that exists, and it's weaker than like 3 or 4 other setups, no one will play it. Not a single person will go, you know what I miss playing? I miss playing Orphan Maker Heartseeker. No. People are not going to say that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, people, have different reasons for why they play action RPGs and what they want to see. But like the reality is that the thing that people care about the most is damage, how much damage something does. Mechanics play like a backseat, like second or third, depending on the kind of person that you are, right? But it's only fun. Most people find it fun because of the amount of damage something does, not because of how it feels to play. And some people know that it feels terrible to play, but it's so strong, and you want to feel strong and play the strongest thing, which makes sense, especially if you're trying to do tower leaderboards and stuff like that. So that makes sense. But the reality is, people who do like the setup likes the damage the setup does, not the actual setup itself. More so than anything. And yes, that type of damage can be very addicting. I get shocked at my riff and pushing D3, so yeah, it's not damage for dopamine for you. Yeah. Like I said, there's definitely nothing wrong with it. Like I just like it. Like there are some people that I try to be honest with. Like I talk with Matthias quite a bit with it too as well. Like I call out Matthias. I'm like Matthias would say, I was like, oh, this is super fun. I'm like, is it though? Is it though, or is it super fun because it's super strong. And I said, if you played Flurry, and Flurry was as strong as Orphan Maker Heartseeker, would you ever play Orphan Maker Heartseeker over regular Flurry? Right? And of course, you know, we all know what that answer is, right? But you get what I'm saying. You know what's still fun to play though? Death Trap. Like Death Trap Rogue is still mechanically a very fun build to play that people love to play. You want to know why people aren't playing as much of it right now, despite how mechanically fun it is? The damage.
I'm still waiting.
There are some people who still play Death Trap Rogue no matter what because they find it mechanically fun, but it's no longer as popular anymore, or you don't see a lot of rogues playing anymore because
Returning to town.
damage. It didn't change mechanically. It still functions the same way mechanically. It just doesn't have the numbers it used to. But yeah, I do hope though going forward though, because unlike this season right now, in D4, Rogue is literally based around resetting the Shadow Clone to proc the bug, basically. All Rogue's builds are basically that. That isn't an ultimate build. Which is so awful. It's such an awful meta for Rogue. That's my RNG on your Barizia thus far. Tagali? No. I mean, it's good enough for now, but it's definitely not Gali. I don't have a effect that I want. I got a passive that I could that's usable, but that's about it. This is what it is right now. So it's got a low roll on the damage portion at the very top. The cold damage is low, and then the sentries don't do anything for me.
My pack is full.
Let's see the gem.
I need to go back.
I enjoy range spells more. Yes, me too.
Become more formidable.
You don't like Death Trap or TB? I'm actually in the same camp. I actually used to like TB back in beta. I liked it a lot back in beta, but that's a different story. Before they changed the aspect from Blade from what it used to be to Blade Dancer. Me and Woody had a pretty lengthy discussion about it. Because TB used to be very focused around the returning blade part of it for most of his damage. And then they ended up changing it into what it is now, which is basically a smaller flurry, in my opinion. And kind of like ruin the what TB was initially about. But they kind of felt like maybe the playing TB would be too difficult to have people focus around returning blades or whatever, so they streamlined it, unfortunately. And now, if you notice, TB doesn't have an identity, right? Yeah, it was fun as hell in beta. I will say that, and most people will say it was fun in you know launch in season 1 and season 2 when it was bugged with the poison damage and stuff. But like, and I can understand that because you know damage, right? You know, people like the damage, but mechanically I didn't like the way it functioned after beta.
Don't forget,
I'm
luck
overburdened.
always changes.
Everyone loves TB and thinks they should put it back on top. Don't lie. Yeah, but I think the thing is that like had I not known, um, had I not experienced what TB was in beta, I might have a different opinion about it. But because I knew what the original design was, like in game beta, like I knew what the original design was and like what they were trying to do, and like that kind of thing, like that really changed that for me. I mean, if you notice too, like Woody did the same thing. Like Woody didn't play much TB. He played some TB, but not a lot past season 0 because of that same, like literally because of that same reasoning. Like he did it in at launch because it was the strongest build, and of course he was racing the level and stuff like that, so that made sense. But past that point, he didn't do much TB after that, even when it was still strong, for the same reason. Looks like we want TB to be an S tier boss build. To be honest with you, TB right now actually isn't really bad. It's in the bad state. Actually, mechanically, TB or Twisting Blades has functioned practically the same since forever. It's just kind of like we said before, like the damage, right? You technically can still do poison TB now. It's just not as strong as, you know, Orphan Maker, Heart Seeker, or even I guess you could say Death Trap in a sense. So it technically still exists. It's just not. The damage is just, you know, it's just not there. So mechanically it hasn't changed. What people want to see is the damage to come back, right? But mechanically it still plays the exact same as it always has. In reality though, my biggest thing with the TB right now is just that the clone with Poison Beam, it hasn't been working properly, which has been kind of holding TB back in the recent. So that's been my gripe with TB, from you know from that perspective. But in reality, I would love for the Returning Blades to come back, but they kind of felt that the more casual audience wouldn't be able to grasp the idea of like playing around Returning Blades. So of course, you know, Blade Dancer came into play. I guess my thing is that like when you think about it, what makes TB different than Flurry, right? When you think about it. Like when you think about how they function right now, since you're not playing around Returning Blades anymore, like you know trying to hit things with Returning Blades, what makes TB different than Flurry? Right? Like when you think about it, what makes them different? The fact that Flurry can teleport, but you know that's kind of really it, right? They function almost primarily the same. Make the returning blades drop, resist, and increase it. Yeah, like the point of twisting blades, was the most creative skill in the rogue arsenal at the time, was the returning part of it, right? So, but anyways, I digress. I'm just ranting now at it, but I personally would love a variation where returning blades was like, you know, where you can actually like still do that. that sound. It was really cool, man. Like the whole idea of like sticking something in and like the blade returns, like that was such a creative, cool thing that they did. Honestly, it was really the only creative thing they did on Rogue if you think about it. Barrage, pin shot, and rapid fire are not creative at all. Flurries, kind of like a standard melee knife thing. TB was it. K9 was going on. Doc said, best of luck doing on your next Bariza. This is season 38. Gotta grind for my wanted Bariza now. Yeah, man. I'll be looking up your progress. I still pay attention. He did it. The chain of GRs up to 120. With a Doomslinger? I mean, Doomslinger's not bad by any means.
I'm here to help.
But what made you not want to do it with
I need to go back.
the Bariza? Is it, well, you said the stats, right? Is that what it was? Like pinch off from the start, bit positioning, but still easy for casuals, and you just blew the whole hallway shadow imbuement at some point. The shadow imbuement like sound exploding, like exploding sound was so addicting early on. The 2 bad rolls. It's still, I mean, even with the bad rolls, like it still would be far stronger than anything else that you could put on. Like the damage roll itself is enough to be far greater than anything else that you could wear. And since it is early game, you're not gonna really be able to get the stats you want, right? Like it's day 2, right? Like imagine getting a almost 4K Bariza with all the stats you want, right? You know, right now, like that's not happening. So for me, as much as I understand you want to get the right, you know, you want to get the right stats and stuff, I think wearing something that's not perfect or imperfect makes you getting an upgrade feel that much better. Because like when I do actually get a better Bariza, like it feels like I earned it. Right? It's like, man, I've been using this mediocre Bariza all this time, right? The game probably didn't like you use it. I definitely use Doomslinger for speed farming for sure, for Nephilim Rifts and Visions. This is such a bad map. Losing all my arrows to walls. Oh well, yeah, that's true. A lot where you definitely there'll be that one guy who gets like the literally perfect burrito on day one. Oh, I gotta go all the way back out here. Gotta run. This was such a bad PR. That's so bad. I was in that keeps like forever.
My pack is full.
Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town.
Am I supposed to have found? I am not this season. I mean, I'm mostly am. I kind of started like 6 hours late. So I decided to join in with Machine and kill them all, who was like ahead of me a little bit, and kind of tag along for like the first couple of hours. Plus, I haven't played with them in like forever, so it was kind of like nostalgia. So I did that at the beginning, but generally from there on, I decided like I practically play solo.
You look like you could use a new item of use and back
I
again.
can't carry anymore.
Fortune favors the bold. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could use a new item.
I'm
Isn't that
overburdened.
nice? Fortune favors the bold. I didn't even know I had that thing.
Uh, 10 keys left. All right. There. Can't play D3, says D4 beta. It feels good. It does. The combat feels really good. They did a phenomenal job with game feel. Something that no action RPG I think is gonna ever really like top for like a long time. In terms of like just pure combat. Cherry, what's going on? How's it going? I love your emails. Your emails are so good. How am I doing? Not bad. Not bad. Just had to hop off some D3 for this season. Been a while since I've actually like semi-blasted the D3 season. They semi just because I'm only on K Paragon at the moment. Typical blast would be like me, like probably a 12, 1300 Paragon at this point. But I'm having fun. Simple Man, what's going on? I recognize the name.
Good to see you.
I am returning to town. I've become stronger.
Yeah, me or the D3 Nizar just you're starting to right now. It was a free set, Marauder. You hate that one?
Yes.
I need to go
Could have been worse. It could have been Nats for a starting set. Kind of more happy about the loot flippers than Warlock would be for him. Warlock is just a source with a couple of necro skills, in your opinion. It's actually got quite a few Demon Hunter skills too. There's Bola, quote unquote Sentries. Yeah, there's actually quite a few Demon Hunters. Not quite a few, but a couple of Demon Hunter skills in there. You could tell where the inspiration came from. Definitely came from some D3 stuff. Oh, it's my D2 Warlock. No, yeah, okay. That's my D4 Warlock. New personal best, I guess.
I can't carry anymore.
Like on D4, I don't know yet. I haven't played it on D4. I feel like a lot of his skills aren't gonna get used because some of the things require quite a few things require setups. And let's be honest, we all know the gameplay doesn't like the gameplay D4 doesn't isn't gonna really allow for setting up your damage or setting up your stuff. So I feel like a lot of the Warlock skill tree is just gonna get ignored for the thing that can speed farm, and then that's it. Maybe some of the setup stuff might be useful for like tower pushing or something, but for regular content or whatever, like most of the kit won't be.
You look like you could use a new item of, well, isn't that nice? Fortune
Go back to quivers. I'm not having any luck on
You look like you could use a new item.
any.
Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it?
Like combo heavy, yeah. I won't say heavy, but some things won't do certain things unless you know do something to it, sort of kind of thing with something else. Sure, I guess you can call it combo.
Yes. I'm here to help.
I need to go back.
You think D4 is turning into D3? They are definitely moving into that direction of taking considerably more inspiration from Diablo 3, the things that have that did work well. And I don't really know how I feel about that, to be honest. Not to sit there and say that, you know, that it's a bad thing per se, but what I do think is, like, I paid for Diablo 4 to be Diablo 4, not Diablo 3.5. And what it kind of shows me is that it just feels like they're either running out of creativity or they're just not quite sure exactly where they want to go with the game. So it's like, oh, well, hey, we can always take what worked in D3 and cover up what we can't figure out for D4, you know, in a sense. And like that, I feel like that's just kind of lazy. Like, that's a lazy way out. You took it to Monster Power. Yo, Monster Power was I actually kind of like the Monster Power thing. I like it more than the Torments. Cause I mean, at least the Monster Powers had, you know, like felt like there was progress in the Monster Powers or whatever. Whereas like now, you know, you get your 6-piece set and you jump straight from like Torment 2 to T16 like instantly, right? But anyways, but yeah, I just think that I don't really know where they want to go. What philosophy do they currently still have with the game for Diablo 4? And I kind of wish they would stick to something. Actually, I wish they would have just stuck to the original guns and then just finished the game. Because the game was incomplete. It's not like the ideas were bad. The game was incomplete for various reasons. But anyway, yeah. Right now, it just feels like a game with no direction. That it's not bad to play. Like, I still have fun playing D4. I just feel like I you know, don't know what D4 is supposed to be. Like, what is its strengths? What is its strong points? And what does it do well? What is it, like, you know, supposed to, like, what is the audience it's supposed to target? Those kind of things.
My pack is full.
I may be able to help you.
I am returning to town.
They're kind of proving my banner away from their Diablo Twitch channel. That was voicing your opinion. Wait, they did what now? They were banning people from the channel? Usually they let people say all kind of crazy stuff. I usually kind of enjoy reading some of the toxic comments. Not because like I agree with the toxic comments, but just because of how childish the comments actually are. And the fact that Blizzard usually allows them. It's like, you know, kind of crazy, right? Maybe they took some backlash for it. I don't know. Before the release of D4, I was thinking the changes they were having identity crosses, and then I thought about it and then going for slow action RPGs to more like D3. Well, so like the game, so like, yeah, you get it, Doom. The game wasn't designed to play like D3. Like the skills, the elite fixes, like all of those things were designed for a slower pace type gameplay. Naturally. So when, you know, they caved in to the idea of throw as much monsters in, you know, a single area as possible while moving at Mach 5, you know, to a game that wasn't designed that way at its base, you create problems. Lots of problems. Right? And at that point you have to figure out, well, how do you go forward with this new way of gameplay that the original game wasn't designed for. So now they have to backtrack and like, you know, kind of make the game fit for what the direction that they kind of took currently is, and then it just kind of feels like a big mess because of it. I honestly wish they would have just kept it. They would have kept how they were going at the beginning and then again finished the game. Like, but whereas D4, in my opinion, I wouldn't mind if they took whatever they could from previous games to find something fun for people to do and to shape experiences around that. But in my opinion, I hardly been convinced of a clear direction, but I haven't kept up with all of it like you have. They sure letting you share my 2 cents. Yeah, man. Twerk your way to the top. What a day. It's just like it's just you know, like I said, like I don't. It's not all bad. Like I'm not the D4 is bad bandwagon by any means. There are definitely some good things that they've done or whatnot. I just honestly feel like as more updates and more changes happen, it just feels like we're kind of just inserting what worked in D3 and stop being kind of creative, trying to make D4 his own thing. And I think that kind of bothers me a little bit because it's like, it just feels like you're taking the easy way out. Sure, I'm not saying that, you know, they haven't like painted themselves into a corner that is kind of hard to get out in terms of like what to do for the game. I get that. But I think just, you know, going back and being like, all right, well, screw it. We're going to just, you know, for our competitive system, we're going to try to copy and paste what D3 did. Like, well, why? We don't want to do. You think people who have played years of D3 want to push the same way in D4 but worse? Like, who wants that? And the D2 audience don't even want D4 to begin with because it's not D2. You know what I'm saying? So like, you're not appeasing them by any means. So like, why are we trying to mimic a competitive system from D3 with the confusing base of D4 in terms of its combat? It just doesn't work. That's why Tower is so bad right now. People can't pinpoint why they don't like Tower as much. All they know is that they don't like it. And I could tell you why. It's because the D3 style pushing does not work in D4 styles gameplay. Because the game wasn't built for that. But they're going to force it. And they tried 3 times. They did it with Abattoir Azir, which was probably their best attempt yet. It was actually okay. And I say okay. And then they did Pit, which was, you know, not really that great. And then Tower, which was even worse. So it was like you tried 3 different GR quote unquote approaches. And you're still trying to force it down our throat as a competitive option. When you have things you could do that are way better, like freaking Infernal Horrors should be the competitive option. You can make that into a leaderboard or like, you know, like progressing type content. Infernal Horrors is an original thing. That's original to D4 that people would have been like, hey, cool. This is way different than what is in D3. I'd be more interested in trying to compete in something like that than to try to do a rehashed, underdeveloped Greater Rifts that we call Tower for D4. Like, I don't understand that mindset. Why? It already took Diablo 3 years before Greater Rifts were even, you know, considered okay. Right? And then we're going to just try it again in D4 and see what happens. I don't understand I honestly don't understand the logic there. I don't. The key, dude, that was so bad. The trials, right, Doom? Trials were horrific, man. That gave me nightmares. To think how many times the DD's been asked, yeah. I just think that they shouldn't have given up on original and creative ideas so quickly, and then just kind of revert to what worked in Diablo 3. and call it a day, which is what it feels like. To me, that's what it feels like. And that makes it hard for me to be excited about things coming to D4. As much as I do want to play the expansions like that, it just kind of makes it hard because it's like full systems. Yeah, cool. We're getting a cube, like you know, like D3 set items. Okay, cool. Like D3. You know, we're gonna continue to keep working on the tower. You know, it's in the beta. Okay, so like GRs in D3. Like the thing that's like I'm kind of more excited about is like a loot filter because of course D3 didn't have that. So it's like, hey, cool. That's a well, not really original idea because every other action RPG has it, but great. You know, at least we get something that's not like D3 going towards. And don't get me wrong, I like D3. Like I'm not saying you know anything is bad about D3, but it's like let D3 be D3.
I am returning to town.
They were restrained by the big shots. Yeah. Man, I mean, I just, I don't know. I do think they'll like figure it out at some point. Way down the line. I really enjoy vanilla D3 even with the friend. Me too, man. Me too. You wasn't here earlier on the stream, but I was talking about like I would love for them to like do like a D3 remastered or whatever and focus on like before the expansion D3, but with better itemization. Bring back the auction house, but remove the real money trading part of it. Yeah, like, dude. The thing is, yeah, the thing about so what people remember, right, was like Rare was actually good. Well, the thing that people remember about Vanilla D3 was that the itemization was ass, right? Like it was pretty bad, and that's true. The items were really boring. They were absolutely boring, but there is a but in there, right? It is because the items were so boring that we were able to come up with so many different creative builds because the items didn't have much impact. So like, you know, there was no item that like made you do like 3,000% more damage. Like it was like little incremental upgrades or whatever. You know, don't get me wrong, Mempo or Twilight was really good, but it wasn't like taking you from Monster Power 5 to Monster Power 10 or anything like that, right? So like people, so when we created builds with the skills that were there, not by set pieces that told us what to do, and how to play the build. We created our own original builds, and there were so many different builds you could play because the itemization was so trash. So it was because the itemization was bad that there were so many builds that existed that were created by the community. And we all have fancy names for them, like, you know what I mean? Like, those were good times in a sense. So there was a silver lining to the items being bad. You know what I mean? So, but yes. You played the sales just for the expansion. Yeah. The clock bug, yep. Yep. gold, dude. I still got my vanilla calamity, by the way. I couldn't bring myself to sell it. I held on to it, yeah. It was a really, really, really nice one too. But I held on to it. So did everything else though, but I held on to that calamity. That calamity was me and that calamity have a lot of memories, man. Back when we made those videos, Glass Clan in our Glass clan or whatever, the flight and all that. Like, those were the days. So I couldn't sell it. I was like, nah, I can't do it.
I can't carry it
Good
anymore.
to see you. I may be able to help you.
I need to go
Gonna
back.
crib off of her for a input. It was worthless a week later. You still have vanilla rib keys. Oh man. How the calamity has fallen off his grace. Calamity's so useless now. It's been so useless for such a long time.
Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new luck again.
My pack is
Luck
full.
always changes.
Jay was.
Favors the bold. See you soon.
You know, like the thing. So it's easy to kind of like beat up on Jay Wilson, right? But when you think about how politically correct game devs are, or you know, like devs in general are nowadays, like it's wild he had the balls to say some of the things he did. Like, I'm sure if other devs like made I'm gonna say effort, but like, you know, like said what they really wanted to say, and you know, on their mind, like we'd be kind of shocked at what comes out some of their mouths. When you really think about it, Jay had balls, man. He said I'm not being up, but he was a scapegoat. Oh yeah, he absolutely was a scapegoat for sure. He was. The thing about it, the thing is that like when you really think about it, Jay was put in a really tough spot because it was the time where Blizzard basically merged with Activision, and the way that monetizing games and how they were developing games at the time to, you know, for profit versus for fun, like Blizzard used to be. That was around the time where D3 was being developed. So some of the decisions and things he had to do was basically based off of what the higher ups wanted at the end of the day. Hell, this whole artwork, this whole art design, not art design, but the art direction was because of that. Because if you don't know, when you think about Diablo 3's art design, what does it look like to you? Doesn't it look familiar to you? Think of Blizzard's most popular game ever. Can you not see the canvas type design, art design? Yeah, the WoW team, exactly. I won't say the WoW team, but like, yeah, it looks like, yeah, they basically tried to make it look more like World of Warcraft because World of Warcraft was super successful. You know whose decision that was? Activision. That wasn't Blizzard. So Jay Wilson was in a very tough spot coming in when Activision was making many changes to the company and stuff. So a lot of people don't really, you know, really know. Like, yeah, so like it I'm not saying that like Jay Wilson was perfect by any means, but like you can imagine being excited coming over to a project to work on something like D3 and then to not have the freedom that that Blizzard would have had on a project like that, and how frustrated you would be not having like control and the direction and like that you normally would have for a Blizzard game because of the merger. So, and the fact is that like no shade against David Brevett, but David Brevett knew this too as well. And the fact that the way that he responded in interviews about the what happened with D3, instead of putting it more so on the corporate side, he put it more so on the dev side, as if the devs have full control of that particular thing. And I thought that was kind of weird because literally what happened to Jay Wilson is kind of what happened to David Brevett with the Marvel Heroes thing, Marvel Heroes Omega, when he was, had to work under Disney and making sure that the heroes do and act and move a certain way because Disney and their control over things. So like it's not like David Brevett didn't understand Jay Wilson's position, but instead of kind of like putting it on the idea that Blizzard doesn't have the same freedom as it used to, he kind of like made it more so personal, and I thought that was kind of like strange for them to do that. I'm like, if there's anyone who knows the pressure that Jay Wilson was under, is you. Like, this because you were literally under it at that time, and even with Hellgate London, that didn't get off. So, anyways, that's my rant. NT was going on. You said, I think the worst thing that happened to Blizzard was Bobby K. So you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say about that. But the answer is yes and no at the same time. Yes, in terms of game direction and what we ended up with, but also no at the same time, because Bobby K made Activision Blizzard the most money they've ever made. So it just depends on which side of the coin you were on. If you were an investor, Bobby K was the best thing to happen to Activision Blizzard. If you were a gamer, Bobby K was the worst thing to happen to Activision Blizzard. So so it just depends on which side of the coin that you're on, right? So, but as a gamer, I agree with you. But I wasn't investing at Activision Blizzard at the time, so if I was an investor, I might have disagreed with it. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. Money talks, sadly. Yep. Well, I just hate that there's been so much or considerably more investment opportunity in gaming, and that's kind of what ended up ruining gaming in general, because it wasn't always like this. Like, it wasn't, gaming wasn't looked at as like a investment vehicle back in the day. Like, it just wasn't, right? And then when it became big enough to where that became an interest of it, big investors and stuff like that, that's kind of when you start seeing things change, obviously, because it's like, oh yeah, we'll give you more money, but we want you to do this instead. So now you can make these massive games, easier, but you have to do it my way, the way that makes us the most money, right? So it sucks, but that is where, yeah, from passion to income, yeah. I don't know the people, but I sure know the time frames when Blizzard cycle the shit. Yeah, pretty much. That's probably why you're on the auto game. So yeah, because they got the chance to do what they wanted to do. There was no like, you know, I'm not saying there weren't deadlines, but like if you didn't meet the deal, the deadline, it wasn't that big of a deal. We're not releasing, half-ass or half-baked games because higher ups want to meet a quota or meet sales in a certain quarter or whatever, which is exactly what it is right now. And it's exactly what happened in Cyberpunk. Remember that? Where like the devs kept saying the game wasn't ready, but the higher ups didn't care, and they wanted to release during the holidays for like all to make the most sales. And guess who got all the blame? The devs got all the blame when it really wasn't their fault. Like they knew it wasn't ready, and they were trying, and they were already working overtime and stuff like that. But like the higher ups did not want to give them more time. And you know what? Same thing happened to Diablo 4, believe it or not, to a lesser degree. The devs, with the leadership switch for the last year and a half of development, they needed more time to really work on things that the previous team or previous, leagues kind of ruined and messed up. And so they wanted to extend the time frame in which D4, was delayed or whatever. But then the higher ups was just like, yeah, nah. We've already delayed it once. We're just gonna release it in June. So the devs just we're just kind of like, oh well, I guess we just have to do the thing. And then, as you saw, there was literally no end game. it just wasn't finished. And D4 has been playing catch up ever since. Anyways, I am about different people trying to have the game. Yep, They went through so many. Yeah. Alright, guys. That is it for me for tonight. It has been fun. Getting back into some D4, the D4, sorry, D3. Also, what I actually liked about like the D3 stuff, like playing D3, like D3 speed farming was like streamlined enough to where we can have these kind of conversations and play. Like I miss being able to like have like stories and like rants like this and stuff like that, where like legit the content was like you just farming to get stronger with like that, but it's like you can easily have discussions like this while playing, and like that's exactly what a lot of us did. Like a lot of us D3 streamers would have discussions along these lines during the time frame. Rax was really good at that during the D3 days. I forget where to go. Let's go to Dab Mods. Play Meteor Wiz. Trying to keep it within the D3 category here. There. All right, I'll probably end up streaming tomorrow as well. I'll probably stream a chunk of this week, probably roughly 3 to 4 hours every night or every other night, somewhere around that range. Like I said, I'll probably do D3 for about a week or whatnot. We'll do some pushing, kind of see how that feels, and then we will go from there. Here's the main reason. One, I was talking about, I'm surprised hop off LE so quick. Who did? That Moz or? Oh, Moz, yeah, he did. Yeah, he absolutely did, yeah. I appreciate the combo. It was fun. I guess I'll see a chunk of you guys tomorrow, and as always, till next time.